Morning, everyone. Let's call the court to order. Today is Tuesday, June 16, 2020, 9:03 a.m. Approve of posting, please. Okay. At this time, let's stand for a moment of silence, and then we'll have a pledge to the flag. Face that Texas flag, honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Okay, at this time, if there's any members of the public that want to speak to the court on business matters, please do so at this time. I do not believe we had any call-ins, is that correct? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go to under proclamation of resolutions. We do not have anything this week, and so on the consent agenda, recommended bills are E3A, which is department head incentive pay, E6A, which is cyber training report, and E6D, which is the auditor's report. Any other reports recommended by the court? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of those reports? Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion. Call for the vote. Aye. Pass. I'd like to under E3. Next meeting is there a motion to defer E3A, which is department head incentive pay. Second.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. Call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell.
Aye.
Commissioner Miller.
Aye.
Judge Bolton.
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Pass. On the under E6A, it's a cyber training report. Will Lisa be given that, or who will be given that report? Okay, we will hold that until we have someone to give it. On the auditor's report, I would like to hold that as well. I'd like to go to item H5. This is an agreement for participation in the TERS with Robinson, and then agreement for participation in the under the TERS for Robinson. So we have Mike Dixon and Craig Lemon on line here. So Mike or Craig.
Good morning, Judge Felton. Judge Felton and commissioners, can you all hear me okay?
Speak a little louder, please, Craig.
Okay. The item you have before you is an agreement for participation in our tax increment reinvestment zone. We had made a presentation to you back in February, and that seems like a long time ago with COVID and everything. But I just wanted to briefly kind of update you on this, and you should have in the information provided to you a short presentation from us. And I just want to go over it real briefly and remind you that the tax increment reinvestment zone is something that's a benefit to a city like Robinson. Being small, it's hard for us to come up with the funding to recruit and attract businesses and economic development. So by creating the TERS, it allows those properties that are going to develop and benefit the most to be the catalyst for driving the revenue to make those improvements and things. So for us, it was a no-brainer to go this way. By participating, each entity, the city and the county, would be contributing ad valorem taxes to the agreement, and it can be used to fund things like public works, public improvements. The city's funds can be used for economic development programs and incentives, and any other projects that could potentially benefit the development of the zone. And just real briefly, what the tax increment reinvestment zone does is it captures that revenue above the tax floor that was set at the time the city created the TERS, which was in December 2019. So the current tax year becomes the floor. That increment then goes into a fund that goes back into those projects. And then at the end of the term, of course, each entity would then have full access to those ad valorem funds for their general budgets. There's a map included in your package outlined in red, and the area we incorporated in this TERS are all those areas we feel are vacant or prime for redevelopment along Interstate 35, Loop 340, and Highway 77. We wanted to make sure and get those. We did get some properties just off of that. One of the properties that is included in that is the 628 acres that belongs to the Waco Industrial Foundation. And we did go through a conceptual land use plan process last summer with them, and I've included that in your packet. They and we have both started trying to get the information out on this property based on this conceptual land use plan. So we're hoping as increment develops that we can utilize those funds to help push this project along. That's a very prime spot there at 35 and Highway 6 Loop 340. And there's some future assumptions there that you can see, but just kind of summarizing it all, we've gone through the process. The city has created the ordinance. We have created a preliminary financing plan, which you should have. It's a very large document. The TERS was created for a period of 35 years. The city is participating in an amount of 75%. We understand the county participation that's being proposed is 70%. And there's a little chart there, and based on our estimations, which at this point is a lot of looking into the crystal ball in the future, we estimate that between the city and the county, we could create $194 million of increment that could then go back into projects for developing streets, widening of Gregg Drive, potentially in the future, another crossover on 35, things like that, that would just drive that area to develop to its fullest potential. So the process going forward here is once the county chooses to, if you choose to participate and approve the agreement, then a county representative will be appointed to the TIF board. The TIF board will then meet, and the TIF board will work with staff and our consultant to develop the project and financing plan that will be what we operate off going forward. That would be approved by the TIF board and then ultimately have to be approved by the city council. So again, we really appreciate your consideration on this matter, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Just a comment. This was set up to match what we had done in Lorena. Therefore, that's why the 70% was applied to Lorena. So other communities will be, we want to be equitable to each other. As mentioned, we would, once this is approved, we would have to have Commissioner Court go select folks to be on the board and to work with the city of Robinson in an effort to drive economic development. Is there any questions you want to have about this?
I think these are, I mean, like I said, I'm working with the city of Reno there. It's got that roll out. We've had a good experience with it. I make a motion that we approve this agreement.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Judge Bolton?
Aye.
Aye, pass.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Good to see you. Okay, at this time, if Tom Ray is on, I'd like to go to item L4. This is under the Water Smart Grant Assistance Agreement.
Yes, okay, you can't hear me, it sounds like. I'm getting a little bit of feedback. I hope it's clear enough. This is Tom Ray. Wanted to talk a little bit about another opportunity. I think we talked a few months back about the Water Smart program. And we applied back in September of last year for another Water Smart grant to continue and to help us implement the first grant work that we did with the county. In that first project, as you might recall, we looked at a drought contingency plan. So McLennan County has a drought contingency plan that came out of that, along with what we term a conjunctive use plan, which was to look at ways to be more efficient in the use of our groundwater and supplement that groundwater use with surface water use and help to reduce the pressures on our groundwater today so that we will have groundwater availability out in the future. That first project we did under the first grant, we were able to do some modeling to show that if we can implement this conjunctive use plan, that we will recover the pressures in the aquifer out into the future, as opposed to continuing to pump large amounts of groundwater and not slow down that use of groundwater. So the next project, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. I thought I heard somebody. But the next project is the next Water Smart grant, and the agreement that you have before you is for the next critical increment to actually implement the conjunctive use plan. And what this grant will help us to do is to identify how to pay for things, verify the costs first, verify the benefits, and then look at how do we pay for this use of treated surface water to replace groundwater. And as you probably know, or it's intuitive, that the groundwater today is less costly than treated surface water that has to be treated through a water plant and that kind of thing. So there is a difference in cost of using groundwater versus treated surface water. And how do we justify, how do we show the benefits of using this more costly water to protect and preserve, I guess would be a better word, preserve our groundwater availability, groundwater pressures out in the future. So this is it's termed, and this is their term. This is the Bureau of Reclamation. Again, our first Water Smart grant was through the Bureau of Reclamation as well. So we're working with the same team. Although this grant is termed a Water Smart marketing grant, and marketing is their term. We're not in the marketing business, but this is to look at the costs and the economics of how do we implement a conjunctive use plan where we're able to protect our groundwater in the future by using surface water, treated surface water. The water, the McLennan County Water Resources Group met on this back in February, and I went through, made a presentation on that, on this Water Smart marketing grant and in the next phase of our McLennan County water planning, the implementation here. So they have looked at it. It would be another $150,000 is what we estimated. The grant application was again put in September of last year. There was a national competition again, and McLennan County was successful again in getting this grant. And the group looked at what was going to be done, agreed with the need to go ahead, also looked at how the local share, this is a 50-50 match, so it is 75,000 from the Bureau of Reclamation and then 75,000 from the local sponsors, along with some in-kind, anticipated in-kind contribution. So the 75,000 in local contribution would be allocated on the same basis that we did the first grant. So in the group in February, the Water Resources Group that represents those cities that pay those allocated amounts were agreeable to the same terms for this grant. So that's what we have is a $150,000 project, 75,000 coming from the Bureau of Reclamation. The agreement's there. Judge, are there other questions or you may have other points that you want to make on this? And I do have a presentation. I just didn't think you'd want to go through that in that much detail, but we can certainly do that if you want.
Well, you know, these presentations, they've been extended from where we started, just bring them back. Several years ago, we saw concerns with the groundwater volumes going down significantly, that we not have groundwater for our future generations. And then the other issues that came up around that is when you're depending on one source and there's a problem with it, like arsenic levels moving up, then that your options are little. And so we involved a group of people that had they served on rural water system boards. They were municipalities and even unincorporated communities that use groundwater. So I think that the generations after us will be think very kindly on the actions that we take today to preserve groundwater, stretch it out. When we have a lot of rain, you really don't think about these things. The drought record was just 2011. We had to depend a lot on groundwater availability, which really pulled it down. So now's the time to fix these things. The city of Waco has capacity to treat more water than they can use in their municipality.
Yes.
That's achievable. That's it's, and we'll be working on this for years to come. Are there any questions anyone from the court would have for Tom or myself? If not, is there a motion to approve the going forward with the Water Smart Grant Assistance Agreement?
Make a motion to approve.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. Call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell.
Aye.
Commissioner Miller.
Aye.
Judge Wilson,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Okay, pass. All right.
Thank you, Judge. Also, I appreciate all the help that Dustin's been on getting this thing done and going back and forth with the Bureau of Reclamation. I appreciate his assistance and Reagan's help with this as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay, this time I'd like to go to IP 2A, with Kevin Carr, this is presentation, pending project. Kevin, are you available?
Yes, sir. If you can hear me, I'm here.
Okay. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I think someone on your end will have to enable my ability to share my presentation.
Okay.
Yep. All right, hopefully.
Yep, I see it.
Okay, perfect. So let's just start. I'll do a quick. So as far as the project is concerned, here is an aerial image from about a week ago. Big picture plans. The big milestone is by this Friday. You can see the roofing up top. We have the air handler units all set. We have the roofing in progress. The plan is to complete a major milestone and have the TPO roofing on the big box, if you will, the high roof, complete by the end of this week. And then if you kind of look at the image, you can see some what look like boxes down on the lower roof. Those are actually the curbs that receive the air handlers down on the low roof. So as soon as our roofer completes the high box, we will then proceed down to the low roof on the north side of the building and begin that roofing operation. So again, we're looking forward to a major milestone of getting the high roof complete so that we have kind of the top of the box, if you will, dried in. You can also see what looks to be green walls. Those are the fluid applied air barrier that the metal panels sit on top of. We will begin metal panel operations on the east side of the expo hall here in about a week. So anyway, there's just kind of an update relative to that portion of the building. Let me go to the other side. This is kind of looking at the expo hall from the opposite direction. If you look down, you can see a lot of the exterior masonry construction. There is a big major milestone that we're trying to hit by early next week. It is the completion of the exterior masonry on the entire north side of the building. We think we'll hit that milestone as well. They're finishing up their backup masonry on the west side. And then as soon as they finish early next week, all the masonry on the north side of the building will proceed to the west side of the facility and do the same thing there to get all that exterior masonry done. And then once they're done on the west side, we'll turn and head south. Big picture, the major milestone we're trying to hit is to have all the masonry construction done in the Expo Center by the end of August, which based on progress and based on trends to date, we think is more than achievable. So big movement there as far as the exterior skin system is concerned. So good progress and things are progressing on schedule. I kind of want to, so here's kind of inside the expo hall, if you will. You can see all of our concrete floors are in place. All the overhead structure is in place. About a week ago, we've got all the overhead tracks in for the large operable partitions. You can see the interior walls mostly installed. You'll see interior metal stud framing. Our electricians and mechanical folks are inside doing their rough in for all the systems that will actually feed the space. So things are progressing inside the main expo hall as well. So with that, I'd kind of like to go to, we reached a couple other major milestones here recently. This past month, our structural package was substantially complete with all the structural work. And then as well as another one of our early packages was our site utility work. That actually reached substantial completion here about a week and a half ago. We finished the last of the utility work, which was the installation of the fire water service line, as well as the fire water loop with all the fire hydrants on site. All that work was installed, tested and accepted by the fire department. And then here back on June 4th, we completed the installation of the domestic water service off of Bosque Boulevard into the facility as well. So all of our site utility work is now 100% complete. We have gas to the building. We've got our empty conduits for our power feeds to the building, and then we've got all the utility from a water perspective, storm drainage perspective, and sanitary sewer perspective. So all those utilities are complete. So with that being said, I also kind of wanted to walk everybody through. We are in the process of reconciling the budgets for those two interim packages. So I kind of wanted to report to the court where we stand from a budget standpoint. So let me jump to the next page. So what you're looking at on this page was an earlier interim package for what we called package 2, which was our site rough grading and our site utility package. We had an original GMP estimate to the court that was accepted in about $2.87 million. I'm pleased to report to the court that we're in the process, now that that work is substantially complete, closing that package out. And we will be bringing back to the benefit of McLennan County just a little over $307,000. We were able to complete the work. We did not use any of the established contingency funds whatsoever. So we'll return all $147,500 in contingency funds, as well as we underran our projected subcontract and cost of the work budgets for the work to the tune of just a little over $159,000. So all said, we're projecting and will return to the benefit of McLennan County just a little over $307,000. And that represents an approximate savings or cost underrun for that projected work of about 10.7%. So that's positive news. Same thing I had mentioned earlier, and I'll go to the next slide. We are also substantially complete with all of our concrete foundations and our structural steel and our structural package. That work is erected. That work has been accepted. The work's been tested. Everything is substantially complete with our structural package as well. So similar good news there as well. We were able to complete the work without using any of the allotted contingency funds. So we'll be returning that back to the benefit of McLennan County, just a little over $289,000 that we originally established in contingency. We were also able to complete the work with really out any substantial issues or revisions or changes. So we underran our projected structural budget funds to the tune of just a little over $353,000 that you can see on the bottom of the sheet. So there again, when we close this package out and reconcile our costs back for the county, we'll be able to return to the county a little over $642,000. This represents a cost underrun of just a little over, just right around 9.5%. So all of that can be returned to the county for the county's benefit and the county's use as they see fit. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of share some good schedule progress and then share kind of the budget things that we're working on the budget side of things. So when you look at those two packages combined, that equates to just a little over $949,000 that will be returned to the county from that early work. So kind of with that, that's kind of the update and the budget news that I wanted to share. And I don't know if anybody has any questions, but I can certainly try to answer any questions.
Okay, are there any questions anyone have? Okay, good report. Thank you, Kevin. Is there a motion to approve this report for recording purposes? Motion made, second, any discussion? No discussion, call for a vote.
Aye. Judge Dalton?
Aye.
Pass.
Yeah. Okay, take a 5-minute recess.
Test, 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
Test, 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 1, 2, 3, test. Test, test, 1, 2, 3, test, 4, 5, 6. Test, 1, 2, 3, test, test. Good morning, test, 1, 2, 3. Test, test 1, test 2, test 3, test 4. Test, test 1, test 2.
Check 1, check 2, check 3. Check 1, check 2, check 3. Check, check, check. Check. Check 1 second, check 2, check 3, 4.
session. Sorry about the delay. Going to, I want to go back under one of the consent agenda items that was pulled. If someone's available to give a report on E6A, which is cyber training report. Who is going to give that report?
Hello, Judge. This is Lisa Fetch. I can do that for us.
Okay.
Okay. So I am pleased to report that McLennan County has indeed met the 100% compliance, and all of our departments have completed their training. So that report has been entered into the Department of Information Resources website.
Okay. So we've done 100%. Well, if that's all we can do, then
Yes, sir.
all right. Good job, everybody. I know it's a pain, at least it was for me. But it was very informative, and it makes you, after you get through with the training, you almost want to raise the white flag that they're out there working harder to interfere with our business more than we have time to prevent them from doing it. So cyber training is important. I'm sure there'll be updates going forward, and appreciate everybody's effort on that. So
Yes,
is there
sir.
a motion to approve E6A for recording purposes?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Dalton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Okay. This time, I would like to go under item F1 is regarding the FY 2020 budget. So, Francis?
So we have a list of the budget amendments, starting with F1A, general fund. This is for Road and Bridge Precinct 4, and they're requesting to move within their department into professional services for work to be done by CP&Y. F1B, this is in the general fund for Justice of the Peace Court Collections. And the request is to move within that department, as well as from the county judge's department, into other services and charges for software cost and postage cost. F1C, I think Lisa Fetch will have information on those two items. F1D1, this is in the Justice Court Building Security Fund. This is a request from JP3, and they would like to increase a line item to fund the cost of private security for their office. There's a letter attached to that budget amendment. It's security at $20 per hour, and I guess they're preparing for opening the courts back up. F1D2, this is in the Justice Technology Fund, and this is also for JP3, and the request is to increase furniture and equipment for the purchase of new headsets. F1E1, this is General Fund, Justice of the Peace Precinct 5, and they are requesting to move money within their department for an increased cost of postage. F1E2, we need to defer that one. F1F, this is General Fund, Road and Bridge Precinct 3, requesting to move within their department to increase repair and maintenance. F1G, this is in the General Fund for the Health Services Department, and the request is to move within that department into line items to purchase furniture and equipment and additional supplies that are needed for the remainder of the year. F1H, this is general fund maintenance of buildings. This is the only budget amendment we have today that the request is coming from the general fund contingency. The director is requesting to increase repair and maintenance and supplies for unforeseen items that have come up during the year.
Excuse me just a minute on that one. Is all this COVID related?
No, there is some unexpected cost for generators at the jail, Jack Harwell fire alarm system. They had to replace the HVAC unit at 40 Court. There's been flooring repairs and replacement for the county courts at law, repairs to miscellaneous equipment, and some tree trimming.
Okay.
And then as far as supplies, there were some unexpected plumbing costs at Jack Harwell that he needed to cover.
Okay.
And F1I, this is in the general fund for Justice of the Peace Precinct 4, and they are requesting to move within their department to increase supplies for supplies needed for the remainder of the year. F1J, this is general fund for Constable Precinct 4, also requesting to move within their department into furniture and equipment to purchase a time recorder. F1K, this is general fund for mental health court services, requesting to move within their department into furniture and equipment to purchase a camera, a microphone, and a speaker for remote hearings. And so that concludes the budget amendments, with the exception of C1 and C2 and E2.
Okay. Let's see, I have a question. In regards to, was it precinct 5 that needed, wanted additional security?
JP3.
Oh, JP.
Judge Faria. Yes, sir.
What item number is that?
That is F1D1.
Okay.
Yes.
So, now, they do have a constable over there, right?
Yes, sir.
And do they serve as the bailiff for the court?
Yes, and that's their duty. I don't know if there's any, I don't know what the exact reasons are why they're needing additional security.
There was no explanation put with the budget request.
We kind of wanted just to, as people were coming in, they talked about taking the temperatures.
So just
Repeat what she said.
She said, so they plan on, of course, taking the temperature of people that are entering the courts. And so I guess just extra hands on board to maintain the traffic that will be generated from opening the courts back up.
Well, that's a bigger issue right now. In fact, we're working, the Office of Court Administration is outlined guidelines for opening up court proceedings, and that we are currently in discussions about that and the requirements that go with that, including but not limited to how to deal with the folks that are coming into the court area, because there is additional things that have to happen in regards to screening people due to the COVID-19 situation. So what I'd like to do is recommend to the court that we defer that until we can get a plan that goes across the county and is consistent. So I'd make a motion, we defer to that.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? Call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Are there any questions on the others that were presented?
You want to do F1C2 right quick and defer it as well?
If so, I'll make a motion to defer F1C2.
E2.
I'm sorry, E2.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that is regarding Justice Technology Fund, F1E2.
F1, yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there a motion to the,
I made it.
okay, anybody have a second? I'll second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Bolton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Passed. Francis, if you would go over the ones in the group that need approval.
So F1, A, and B. F1, D1, I'm sorry, let's go back. F1, A and B, F1, D2, F1, E1, F1, F, G, H, I, J, and K.
Okay, is there a motion to approve those?
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Bolton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Okay, let's go into under F2 regarding the FY 21 budget.
So on F2A, we have some information to provide you on the fiscal year 21 budget regarding special revenue funds and some preliminary tax rates. But if y'all want to hold that till later, and we can do that along with the monthly report.
Okay.
And then F2B, I think this was a revised request from the city library, from the county library, Waco McLennan County Library.
I think there's some questions on that Ben, this is one that you, did we want more information, or was it Commissioner Jones? But it's on the libraries.
Yeah, it's Commissioner
And
Jones.
Yeah, and wanted detailed information on what drove the increases. I saw the budgets in the package, but there were increases in that. So,
Well, I for one, really want to look at these items that are not required this year on budget that we have that are discretionary, because, we're going to have to really watch our dollars this next year, and having nearly $1 million to the library is a big, big chunk. So I'd like to kind of wait on deciding these things till we get a little better look at what our budget looks like.
so is there a motion to defer?
Motion to defer.
Second.
Motion been made second. Any other discussion? Other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Bolton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Okay. Pass. Under F2C is the McLennan County 911 Emergency Assistant District. It's their budget has been submitted. To me, everything looked good on it. And is there any other questions about that? They send those budgets to us each year for our review and approval. So is there a motion to approve that for recording purposes?
Motion to approve F2C.
Is there a second? I'll second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Francis, on the F1 budgets, I think we left a couple maybe out of that.
Yes, sir. So F2C 1 and 2, Lisa had some information on those two items. And then we also need to go back to F1L.
Okay, and Lisa was gonna make a presentation on that, or what was it?
Yes. Is she on?
Yes.
Hello again. So on this request, this is related to an FY20 project that we had this year for upgrading our firewalls. This would include the primary device in our data center as well as all of our field sites. We have 12 remote locations. The amount that we projected was $50,000 based on the product pricing a year ago. As we've looked into proceeding with that project and got new pricing and the different services, there has been an increase there. So I am asking the court to use other capital outlay funds that we had from another project, our email server project. We did not spend all of those funds. And for this project, the hardware licensing and support is coming in at $47,663. For project services, we are wanting to partner with MTM Technology Services, and that quote came in at $22,750. This group would assist our team in that setup and configuration of the devices and testing, and verify the design and the system logs and that everything is in working order as we transition. So the amount that we need to get the funding that we're looking for is going to be $20,413.
Okay,
So
and
if
that
we-
ties to also to item H4.
Yes, sir. There is an agreement that would come in conjunction with those services with MTM.
Okay. All right, any questions for Lisa? If not, is there a motion to approve F1C1 and item H4?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Terry.
Aye.
Pass. And then under, I think, F1L, authorization Texas Association of Counties claim deductible invoice. Dustin, this is for $10,000 deductible for the Gilbert Flores case.
Yes, sir. This was a jail matter and it's being handled by Tom Brandt and Steve Henniger's firm, so they can provide an update on it today in our executive session. But it is for the total is $10,000, which is our deductible amount on that claim.
Okay,
We're getting an update on that win.
Today in executive session.
about 2 minutes.
Can't wait.
All right, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Dalton,
Aye.
Commissioner Terry.
Aye.
Aye.
And Judge, I think we might need to go back to F1C2. Francis, is that right?
Yes, sir. And I don't have any information on that. I think Lisa has, I don't know if she's still on there, but I'm assuming we need to defer that.
Dustin, that item needs to be deferred at this time. We're still in discussions with HR on those recommendations.
That item is F1,
C2.
F1C2.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is
Motion to defer.
Second.
motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Dalton,
Aye.
Commissioner Terry.
Aye.
Okay, we are going to go into a 5-minute recess to prepare to go into executive session. And so what'll happen is when we come out of the recess, we will announce, I tell you, I think I need to announce going to executive session right now, so you, in that 5 minutes, you can switch over. So, Dustin, on executive session items, one would be,
So Judge, it'll be 551.071 for legal advice.
right,
And then is Chris there?
she will be here at 10:30.
That's 551.087 for economic development.
Okay. Okay, so we will go into executive session. Dude. Pardon me?
For Pat to be on in a meeting.
Okay.
And then Tom will be on the Zoom, right? Isn't that right, William? Right. He should be in there as well. No.
Because he's not here.
Tom or Steve Henry.
He was at the bottom of the screen.
Okay.
Do I need to listen for anything before I leave?
That's what Tim and I are doing.
Okay.
So who all staying in here?
Well, it'll be the commissioners and then Pat, and then Tom Brandt and Steve Henninger will be.
No, but who besides, will y'all be in here?
No.
Okay.
No, we're making sure that there's no audio being streamed before we.
Okay.
We're still doing breakout room for this?
Yes, but I don't see Steve Henninger.
He was on there earlier. But he's in the same office with Tom Brandt, so.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and open up the room then.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why he's not in. Tom's in.
Ready? All right, let's go back into regular session. I'd like to go back to Chris Collins, finish up items under I, under Waco McLennan County Economic Development Corporation authorization agreements. Go to item I-1, and we'll do I-1, I-2, I-3, and I-4. And then D1, which is the Economic Development Report. From there, we will go out of regular session into special session to pick up a couple of items for economic development there. So, Chris?
Yes. Okay. So, item I-1 is the program project agreement with SpaceX. You have before you, looking at this. This is a infrastructure-related grant with the Economic Development Corporation, in which SpaceX is proposing to make some investments in the McGregor facility, where they have their rocket development facility in McGregor Industrial Park. Overall, the company is investing $10 million in improvements, both infrastructure-related and other improvements that they would make into the facility. The use of the grant, which is the requested amount, is $2 million, of which $1 million is for from McLennan County, would be utilized for electric reliability, water noise suppression, and road improvements within the facility. Those funds would be available upon reimbursement upon completion of those said projects. With this, the company is committing to continued next generation programs for commercial development and testing in the McGregor facility. There will be the establishment of a small private office in Waco for additional executive usage. There will be a permanent display of at the Mayborn Museum related to their space activities. And currently, this is the only location where anyone can go and visit and learn more about SpaceX in the public. They will continue to provide annual reporting to the Economic Development Corporation, as they do now, where they'll be reporting on the jobs that they've retained over a period of time, any new job creation related, their payroll, residency, health benefits, along with hotels usage within the marketplace as well. So they use a substantial number of hotels, or traditionally they've used a large number of hotels in the area that have generated additional hotel occupancy and venue tax dollars for both the city and the county. When we look at the impacts that this project has over the next few years, along with the impact of the grant, it has substantial return for the community. So the $1 million that the county puts up has a rate of return of 29.8% and pays back in 3.3 years. For the city, their $1 million is a 14.1% payback in 7 years, and combined together, they have a 21.9% payback in 4.5 years.
Okay, any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve I-1.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under I-2 is regarding program project agreement with Allergan Incorporated. This is authorization, first and final payment request.
Yes, sir. This is an agreement that the court and the city approved through the Economic Development Corporation in 2011. The total grant amount was $2,840,000. It had several requirements associated with it that required the creation of 100 jobs, that would have a total employment at the facility of 614 individuals with an average wage of $48,000 a year. When we look at the actual improvements that have been made along with this, they had to invest no less than $89,500,000 in real and personal property improvements. They have met that obligation along with their job creation. And in fact, where they were required to hit 614 jobs, they actually have 718 jobs, which exceeds their requirement by 104. And the average wage for the facility is $60,000 a year. So they have they've met the obligation on investment, and they have exceeded on job creation and wages. I did a little bit. We do get the roster for residency verification purposes as required by the grant. 89% of the employees reside in McLennan County. Our minimum requirement is 80%, so again, they exceeded there. And 44% of their employees reside in the city of Waco, and the requirement for the city is 40%. So again, they've exceeded. There are a number of employees that live in the Waco ETJ, which is the extraterritorial jurisdiction. And when you combine those with those that reside in the city of Waco proper, 52% of their employee base is in the Waco ETJ or in the city of Waco. So they've met their obligation. So our request today is for the county's portion of that $2,840,000.
Okay, any questions?
Yeah, could you just forward us a copy of that employee roster?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? If not, is there a motion to approve the payment request?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Passed. Under I3 is authorization to revise program project agreement for Zinc Power Waco LLC.
Yes, sir. This is a revision of the program project agreement with Zinc Power. I brought forth the business grant agreement at our last Commissioners Court meeting. This is just to clean up the date of this particular agreement to coincide with the business grant. They had a request to extend out the real property investment deadline from October of 2020 to March 31st of 2021, which was already approved through their business grant. They've had some construction delays, and so they've asked to just extend that deadline out. And all of the other pieces of the agreement stay the same.
Okay. Any questions?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under I4 is the authorization of program project agreement with Aspen Custom Trailers US Incorporated.
What you have before you is a little bit of background. Aspen Custom Trailers is a Canadian-based manufacturer that looking to establish their first U.S. operation, and they're doing so in Waco, Texas. We're very pleased to provide this project to the community. This will be a multiple phase project, and what we're looking at here is phase 1 and phase 2 happening by the end of 2021 and phase 3 happening by the end of 2022. With this, you're looking at $1.4 million in personal property investment in phase 1 and 2, and then in looking at the third phase of personal property investment at $1.625 million by the end of 2022. On the real property side, you're looking at $6.865 million for the construction of a new facility, no less than 58,000 square feet. and then a third phase of $1.38 million in capital investment for a total of $8,245,000. $8,245,000. Looking at the jobs, you have 49 jobs creating in phase 1 and phase 2 with an average annual salary of $35,900. And those jobs will be created by the end of 2021. The way that we have broken out this agreement is to coincide with the phases. So once the capital investment for phases 1 and 2 have been met and the job creation for phases 1 and 2, those 49 first individuals, the company would be eligible to receive the first payment of the grant, which is $350,000. If the third phase happens and the investments in both real and personal property, along with the second phase of job creation, which is an additional 21 for a total of 70 individuals on their payroll occurs, they would be eligible for an additional $150,000. So the total grant award is $500,000 payable to the company upon meeting the metrics of the agreements. When we look at the investment schedule and what that, the payout of the incentive, it looks like the county has a 20.4% return on investment in 5.7 years. The city has a 28.6% return on investment in 4.2 years. And combined, that's a 24.5% return on investment in 5 years for the combined phases 1 through 3 payout.
Okay, any questions? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Okay, I think that concludes everything in the regular agenda. So we're gonna do some agenda calisthenics here. And, pardon me? Okay, did you want to give your economic development report?
I'm happy to do that now if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So you have our May economic development report in your packet. So far for the month of May, we had 9 leads come through, which brings our year-to-date total of 40, which is lower than we would normally anticipate. But given the state of the world right now, the fact that we still have strong lead pipeline coming through is good. We had 8 proposals go out the door. I would also just say from a leads perspective, we normally get a tremendous number of leads by going to trade shows and other marketing type events, but we've not been able to participate in those as a result of the whole COVID-19 event. So that's another reason for the lower number. But certainly the leads that are coming through the door are strong, and that gives us a lot of optimism moving forward out of this event. We did have a number of site visits. Some of those have resumed as in-person visits by companies and consultants, and a large number of those have shifted into a virtual world through Zoom and phone calls and of that nature. But we've had a strong level of activity there, 33 for the year, which we've hit 55% of our goal. I mentioned the last time I was here, we've not conducted business retention visits in April and May at the request of the businesses. As we've reached out to them, that has resumed in June, and you should be getting invitations to join those as they're in your district. We did have a number of business assistance requests, and we continue to reach out to the business community to ensure that they know that we're a resource for them. As those challenges become known, we reach out to y'all and let you know, keep you in the loop on what we're hearing. Looking at our business activity for the level of new projects and the current activity of projects coming on. We had Project Yellow that was added for the month of May, a large manufacturing operation looking at 300,000 square feet of potential absorbed space in the marketplace. 200 jobs associated with that and $30 million worth of capital investment. Looking at the most active projects that we're working on right now, Project Calcite Mineral, Project Glam, Diana, Promise, Cool Breeze are the ones that we are most active in our new attraction projects. And then we have a number of existing industry projects that continue to move forward. It's always positive for us when we're seeing expansions by our existing companies, because that tends to be where we see the highest level of capital investment, and the new businesses coming in tend to be more job intensive. Looking at the pipeline right now, I would say though, it's the opposite, where the jobs and the capital investment are coming from the new businesses coming in, and we're standing ready to support those. With that, I'd answer any additional questions.
All
you
right,
might
any
have.
questions? If not, is there a motion to approve that report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
Any questions? If not, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Colton, Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Okay, pass. I guess we'll recess out of the regular agenda and go to the special agenda. And the proof posting was already stated.
Yes, and I'll need 1 moment, Judge, to go into the.
All right, so we'll take a moment.
Okay, Judge, I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay, going to the special agenda. Going to item number, it has on here item B for public comments. If there's anyone here to speak to the court on business matters, please do so at this time. And I don't believe we had anyone call in. Seeing none, we'll go to item C, under contracts and local agreements and memorandums of understanding. Under C1 is consideration and approval of tax abatement agreement between McLennan County, Texas and Timber US Incorporated.
So this is related to the Aspen project that we just approved the program project agreement for. Timber is a partner with Aspen. They will actually own the building in which Aspen occupies. And so this is a real property abatement for Timber, Timber USA Inc. Looking at what this means, we again phased this just like we did the program project agreement, to where phases 1 and 2 incorporate $6,865,000 in real property improvements on the facility that will be located at Texas Central Parkway and Gateway Boulevard. And this will be for the construction of a 58,000 square foot facility. Phase 3, if that is completed, would be for $1,380,000 for additional improvements on the land. What's proposed today is a 5-year tax abatement agreement at 40% that would incorporate all 3 phases under that particular agreement. Looking at what that means from the county's perspective, it means that there would be a phase-in of taxes in which the company would realize $75,715 in savings over that 5-year period, but the county would receive $113,573 in that same 5-year period of time. So, and then on the city will also be considering this at a future meeting on their part, but they too would be phasing in tax revenue for the community.
Okay, any questions on item C1? there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Passed. Under item C2, consideration and approval of tax abatement agreement between McLennan County and Aspen Custom Trailers, U.S. Incorporated.
This goes in partnership with the program project agreement and then also with the tax abatement we just did for timber. This is a personal property abatement for specifically for the equipment. The first two phases, phases 1 and 2, which will be completed by the end of 2021, would be $1,400,000 in investment. And then phase 3, which would be completed in 2022, would be $1,625,000 in additional investment for a total of $3,025,000. What's proposed to you is a 5-year personal property tax abatement that declines starting at 40% in year 1, 30% in year 2, 20% in year 3, 10% in year 4, and 5% in year 5. Looking at the total of what that means for the county, it means that they would again have a phase in of taxes that would provide $10,271 in savings over that 5-year period of time. And the county would realize in that same 5-year period, $41,000 in new tax generation on the personal property side. This doesn't take into account any additional revenues that would be generated through Freeport or through inventory. This is specifically just looking at the equipment that's would come onto the tax rolls. And again, with both of these agreements, you would have the job creation requirements that go along with that and the wages as well.
Okay. Any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve C2?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. I think that concludes what goes into the special agenda. So this time we will adjourn that agenda. And now I'd like to go back into regular session.
Okay, I'll give you a moment.
Yep.
Hey, Judge, I'm ready.
Okay, we're going back into regular session. This time we will recess until 1:30, which time we will pick up the remaining part of the agenda plus the start our budget discussions as well. So, anything else before we recess? If not, we will recess. Thank you, Chris.
Thank y'all.
Okay, let's call court back into session. It's 1:32. I'd like to go to item under G, under bids, RFPs, RFQs. Under G1's authorization for requests for.
Judge, 1 second, I'm having some issues over here.
Okay.
Okay, Judge, I'm ready when you are.
Okay, on item G, under G1 is authorization for a request for price increase regarding the bid number 17-015 inmate personal items under jail supplies. Ken Bass.
Yes, sir. As stated, we currently have a contract with ICS for jail supplies from ICS for inmate personal items for our bid 17-015. We received a letter from Lacey with the ICS stating they would have to ask for a price increase on 3 of the items due to matters beyond their control. It's items that are in demand for the coronavirus, which has created a dramatic price increase on those items. Because of the small profit margin in our contract, we need to ask for a price increase for the following items in our bid. The powder-free latex example gloves, they had a bid price of .0323 each. They're going up to .0615. Food handler gloves had a bid of $4.1097 per box, and the new price is $5.89. And disposable aprons was $41.0970 per case, and the new price is $68.10. In the past 12 months, we've only purchased 1,000 of the powder-free latex exam gloves. The jail had been buying a higher grade glove because of coronavirus. We kind of since added that to our bid, but we did not purchase any of the food handler gloves or disposable aprons. So it's almost a net zero on the price increases that they're asking for. If approved, the term of the bid 17-015 is from October 1, 2019 through September 30th, 2020. We respectfully submit the price increases for the pre-bid items listed to bid 17-015 for the court's consideration.
Okay, any questions?
Well, so we have a contract till 9:30 at the current price, right?
Well, they're wanting to up it now because of the dramatic.
I understand that, but we got the contract till 9:30 is the contract date, right?
Yes.
So they could bid on it again on 9:30 and raise their prices at that time, correct?
Yes.
Any other questions?
Well, and I'll say this, they're also on the buy board, and we're going to take a look at the buy board pricing as well. So I'm asking this in terms of what we have in the contract, but I will look at buy board pricing and see if that's better.
I mean, I just want to make sure I understand, because you're saying we got a contract, but then you're asking to increase the contract price. If you're going to do that, what's the use of having a contract?
But we have always allowed in there when there's situations above their control, where we get a price increase from their vendor, we allow them to talk to us about increasing their price to us. I mean, we can't expect them to sell at a loss for items that they're supplying to us. That's pretty much the way it is in all these contracts that have a long duration.
When they probably have what's their opt-out on this? If we told them no, they could opt out in 30 days.
And, how long have we been doing business with these folks?
Well, this bid right here was 17, so since 2017, but they were our contract holder, the prior contract, so I think that was 5 years before.
Okay. All right, other questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Make a motion to approve G1.
Is there a second? I'll second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Judge Bolton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Going to item H, under contracts, interlocal agreements. Under H1, the authorization of subscriber agreement and application with TransUnion Risk and Alternative Data Solutions Incorporated. I think Dustin Chapman give some information on this.
Yes, sir. We've been working with Donna in our resource collection office. We're continuing to do the JP Court collections piece of it. And she brought this to us for our review. It's a data collection service, which could allow us to identify people that we've had a hard time contacting through on collections in the JP courts. Cost of the service is $125 a month, and it is a 12-month term. It appears that there are, probably well over $100,000 in outstanding collections. So we think it'd be worthwhile to try this for a year and track our collection success with it before we bring it back to the court next year for renewal.
Yeah, I looked at this. Of course, TransUnion's a company that's been around a long time, providing support to financial services businesses, which I've dealt with in the past. Any questions anyone would have about this? If not, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made to second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Judge Bolton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Going to, under item H2, authorization and local cooperation agreement with the city of Woodway. Reference this to slurry seal of on selected public roads from McLennan County Road System in Precinct 4. Zane? Zane on H2. I don't think Zane can hear us. Okay, this is agreement with the City of Woodway for application of slurry seal on these selected roads. Casa del Rancho Road and Rancho Lorena Drive and Rancho Grande Road and Rancho Pacifico Road, Camino del Rancho Road, and many other Rancho roads. This is total amount for this is $183,000.
Zane, can you hear us yet?
I can hear you now. Thank you.
You want to
Yes,
add anything to that?
This is a City of Woodway has contracted with Viking Construction to do some slurry seal, and we're simply piggybacking onto their contract so that we can get some slurry seal work done in the Rancho Lorena subdivision, and I recommend approval.
Motion to approve H2.
Second the motion.
Motion been made, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Bolton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass on H3, authorization memorandum of understanding of Tawakoni Creek Water Improvement District. This is a baseline water quality study. Zane?
Yes, sir. The Tawakoni Creek Water Improvement District for McLennan and Hill counties are applying to fund a baseline water quality study to submit to the Texas Water Development Board. The study is related to the potential impacts on the Hill County Floodwater Conservation Lake Site 19 due to the proposed City of Waco landfill under consideration in Hill County. So this memorandum of understanding simply acknowledges the county's awareness of the Tawakoni Creek District application to fund this baseline study, and I recommend approval.
Any questions?
So just so we're clear, we're not funding it, they're funding it, right?
Right, they're trying to get state funding for the baseline study.
All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Going to, under item J, under capital improvements, repairs and maintenance projects, under J1s regarding McLennan County Roof Program, RFP 20-006, agreement with Clark Roofing, authorization to invoice for the archives building roof. Either Ken or TJ.
Yeah, Judge, we've looked over this. The archives roof is finished up. Matter of fact, we had the manufacturer on site today doing a roof walk to determine the roof warranty and make sure everything was only up and up. So this invoice is good to pay.
Okay, and the invoice that's submitted is $125,089 for that work. Is there motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under J2 is regarding the Ritchie Road Improvement Project. This is the recording of the notice of substantial completion from the City of Waco to Big Creek Construction. Zane?
Yes, sir. The Ritchie Road project is substantially complete. Looks really nice, really good. The contractor has just a few items, punch list items to clean up, and then it'll be completed. So I will make a motion. I will make a recommendation for a motion to accept this notice from the City of Waco for recording purposes.
Okay. Pleasure of the court.
Motion to approve J2.
Second the motion.
Motion made second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Pass. Under J3's regarding the McLennan County Trading House Lake Boat Access Facilities renovation, bid number 20-001. This is a formal agreement with HCS Incorporated Commercial General Contractor. TJ?
So both the pay applications that you see here are both in line and ready for payment. So number 6 finished out all the work that we had left to do with HCS, and number 7 is just the retainage release. So everything out there looks good. We actually walked with the ADA inspector yesterday afternoon. He found one deficiency on one of the handicap accessible parking signs, so it needs to be raised up to 4 inches. But other than that, everything looks great out there. Thanks to Pat and her crew for helping us with the parking lots and the roads. Those guys are doing a fantastic job. So we did extend our grant out to August just to try to cover us in some bad weather positions for this month. So whenever you guys get ready, we'll talk about doing the little dedication ceremony out there.
Okay. All right. Is there a motion to approve J3A and J3B?
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Pass. Under K, under real estate right of way and easements. Under K1's authorization temporary construction license with the city of Waco for sidewalk construction at 929 Elm Avenue. Zane?
Yes, sir. The city of Waco is doing some street work along Elm Street, and they plan on reconstructing the sidewalk and driveways along Elm Street. And one of our county properties, the Justice of the Peace Precinct 2 office, will be affected. And so they're requesting just a temporary construction easement to be able to get on our property and rebuild the driveway and put in some sidewalks. So I recommend approval for the temporary construction easement.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second? Is there a second? Second. Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell.
Aye.
Commissioner Miller.
Aye.
Judge Dalton.
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Pass. Under L, under grants and grant proposals, under L1 regarding the Texas Veterans Commission Fund for Veterans Assistance, Veterans Treatment Court Grant. This is on October 15th of 19, the court approved submission of the Veterans Treatment Court Grant with a funding request totaling $134,684. The grant will be used to assist units of local government with addressing the needs of veterans and their families. The grant will begin on July 1st of 2020 and end on June the 30th of 2021. Any questions on this? If not, is there a motion to approve? I'll make a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell.
Aye.
Commissioner Miller.
Aye.
Judge Dalton.
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under L2s regarding the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services Title IV grant contract for Child Welfare Services, authorization of revised Title IV Child Welfare Services claim quarter ended for December 31st of 19. This amount, total Fed reimbursement is $798.94. Total certified state match is for $391.90. So total expenses of federal plus state of $1,190.84. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell.
Aye.
Commissioner Miller.
Aye.
Judge Dalton.
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under L3 is regarding the Trading House Lake Boating Access Grant recording of Mundo and Associates Grant Implementation Engineering Service invoice number 5C. Dustin?
Yes, sir. This invoice totals $2,800, and this is for the grant work that's taking place out at Trading House. This includes some of Mundo's construction administration services and also some of the procurement services as well.
Okay. Any questions?
Is this their final payment, Dustin?
Sorry, say it again, Commissioner. It cut out.
Okay, I apologize. Is this their final payment?
I believe there's a little bit more left when we get to the closeout of the project. I can check on that though and let you know for sure if that's okay.
Okay. We had a motion second on that? Okay. Is there a motion to approve that?
So move.
Second.
Motion been made second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell.
Aye.
Commissioner Miller.
Aye.
Judge Dalton.
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under M, under the department and office specific requests and presentations, under M1's information technology discussion and action regarding the Commissioner Courtroom equipment upgrade for managing remote meetings. Lisa?
Yes, sir. We have had the opportunity to meet with a couple of vendors. They've came out on site and looked at our environment. We are not quite ready to make a recommendation. We've also visited with Civic Plus to look at their video management and live streaming again and some improvements they've made there. We have that meeting scheduled with them this week. Another consideration we need to look at is the software itself needs to be upgraded in the coming months. And, we'll need to see what that impact is with the equipment that we select. So we'll be waiting on that. Hopefully I'll have a update for you on the 30th.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? Thank you. Under M2's Justice Peace Precinct 3, authorization of janitorial service request. Judge Perea is requesting janitorial services for his office. Texas Urban Enterprise has the ability to place a person in West to clean this office. A person reported a price for the janitorial service at local at this location for five nights a week. The quote was for $950 a month. Judge Perea does not have his budget in his money in his budget for this, and would like to have them start cleaning the office on July 1st of 2020.
Just to clarify, I think when you read it, you said he did not, but he does that.
Okay, sorry about that.
So who was cleaning it before?
I guess they were.
And now he wants to, in the middle of the year, start having somebody clean it?
And so he has money in his budget for the remainder of this fiscal year.
Yeah.
So for next year, that would, it would be an increase for next year to have a full
Well,
year's
others
budget.
we have budgeted under maintenance of buildings.
So whichever, it would still be increased there.
So he has the money in his budget to do it.
In his budget?
In his budget.
Yeah. What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion been made second. Any other discussion? No discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Dalton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under N, under additional item discussion, potential action. Is Elizabeth Thomas available?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
How are you today?
Good. How are y'all?
Fine. Okay, can you give us an update on the COVID-19?
Yes, sir. As of yesterday at 3 o'clock, we did have 15 new cases that have confirmed. As of this update, there are 49 active cases currently. 125 cases have recovered. 6 cases are currently hospitalized. 5 of those are in critical condition. And there are 250 people being actively monitored at this time.
Okay. Any questions anyone would have? And you don't have today's numbers yet, I guess that'll be.
No, sir, I don't have today's yet. I know they are probably expecting more cases today, though. I think that's been the trend that we've seen the last couple of days. So I imagine we will probably see some more cases today.
Okay. All right. There's not any other questions. Thank you. Dustin, I have a question for you. Under Kathy Van Wolf's here for elections.
Yes.
We discussed it under the COVID-19 piece or?
No, sir. It's actually on the supplemental. It is D3 on the supplemental.
Okay. All right, I'd like to jump to that right now since Kathy's here. So, how are y'all today?
All right, and I brought Jared with me as well. The layouts that we sent you, he actually did those for me. So if you have any questions, we can look at them. And he's very familiar since he drives our truck and delivers our supplies as well.
Okay.
And so the, and I sent you the layouts for the locations for both early voting and election day, as well as my concerns. Normally, in a November general election, the county has all of the cities and schools that are having an election contract with us to be on our ballot, because the law states that the cities and schools must share our polling places both for early voting and election day. And so therefore, in a May election, the cities and schools can lease equipment from us because they can decide if they want to have one early voting site and one election day site at their city or school facility. But in November, they must go into the, must be too close or too loud. They must go into the contract with the county, and the governor's proclamation requesting that the cities postpone their elections from May to November require that they contract with us. The city of Waco has contacted me that they would like to only contract to share the polling places. My concern with that is that space is a big problem. We've given you these drawings based on what we normally would put at a polling place in a November general election. But we also have to consider that for this general election, the COVID-19 is probably still going to be in effect. And we need to make sure that we have more space allowed because of that, to make sure that we're social distancing, not only the machines, but the workers and the voters as well. Most of our polling places have one entrance and one exit to get the traffic flow, to get everybody in line. For 2 elections is going to be difficult. Many of our locations, and I can tell you for the November election, we're going to put as much equipment as possible at a location, not only because we expect a larger turnout, but also because the straight party is no longer on the ballot. And so the voters are going to take longer to vote this longer ballot. My concern with the city of Waco, they're going to contract with either Election Systems and Software, or Hart InterCivic, to lease equipment. The voters are not familiar with that equipment, first of all. Our judges are not familiar with that equipment. Should some of their workers decide not to show up, we could not open their polls for them and conduct their election for them until they got a replacement there. And again, the voters need, we spent many months ahead of time 15 years ago when we bought this equipment to make sure that the voters were familiar with this equipment. So, and my main concern is that when we went to vote centers, we're required by law to have real-time voter history, which means as soon as a voter votes, it's marked in our database. That database sends that information out to all of our computers, our field systems out at each polling place, so the voter couldn't go and vote twice. I don't believe that the city of Waco is going to have that capability, and that's a requirement by law to use vote centers. And since they're having a November election and the county's having a November election, they're required to use vote centers. So I'm concerned that the city of Waco hadn't thought of that, and there may be some other things that they haven't thought about. And as a result, their election may be contested, and certainly we're going to all get calls about it, what's wrong and why there's a problem. As far as space in our polling places, we've looked through each one of our vote centers, and they've given us a list yesterday of how much equipment they would like to use. I can tell you we don't have enough room for the equipment that they'd like to use, and in some cases we don't have room for any of it. One of those, or 2 of those, are early voting sites. The records building, our room that we use across the hall from my office, we are absolutely wall to wall on that. I know that there might be another space, and I've actually spoken with Amanda Talbert about using her training room, and she has spoken to me about her concerns that she's seen early voting in our polling places, and she's not real sure that they have enough room down there. The one location that absolutely does not have space, and we've actually contacted City of Robinson to see if there's any other facility is the Robinson Community Center. And there is no other space and there is no other facility in Robinson. And Commissioner One's issue is on the ballot this time, so we do expect there to be a large turnout in that area, and that is his early voting site as well. So not only during early voting, but election day, we expect there to be lots of traffic in that site. And there is, and even though they want to just put one machine, they still do have to have, I don't know what type of equipment they're going to use, so I'm not real sure the space that they need, but I know that they do need a check-in and they do need room for that machine. And we are wall to wall, unless you want to compromise that site and have us put, because we're planning to run 2 lines and 2 check-ins and put as much equipment as we can in there. If the commissioners want us to make room for them, then that would mean that we'd have to cut down and only have 1 line in that facility.
I doubt you'll have anybody from the city of Waco voting for Robinson.
Right, but we still have to,
They're not
we
gonna
still
drive
have to
Robinson
offer
vote for a
that.
city of Waco issue.
Right, but we still have to offer that, should there be somebody out there, and we have to offer them space for their workers and for their machines. And they have to open a polling place there. And even in Axtell and Hollinsburg and Mart, all those facilities, the city of Waco, because we're having an election, has to offer a polling place and workers there. And I can tell you, in 2012, the city of Waco held an election themselves, and it cost them about $73,000 in 2012 to have that election. If they contract with us, that cost is not going to be anywhere near that. And the other thing that the county does, since we have just our early voting sites and we don't have any other early voting sites, the county pays for all of the early voting costs. And the majority of the cost of the election, the county pays, because we're the biggest participant in that joint election. So the city of Waco's going quite an expensive route to have this election by themselves.
Why did they decide to do that?
Well, I guess you'd personally have to ask them. You know, the comment that was made to me by them was that they didn't want to have their issues voted on by the general population.
They wouldn't be.
Yes, well, anybody that lives in the city of Waco, and if Waco ISD goes in there with them, their issue would be on that ballot. And in a May election.
Wait a minute. If you go in and put in if I go in and put in my driver's license and information, I wouldn't see theirs.
No, you wouldn't. But in a May election, we might see 5% of the people vote. In the presidential election, we're going to see 60% of the people vote. Mm-hmm. So you're going to have a huge number of people come to vote, even in the city of Waco, where if they were doing a May election and the county wouldn't have an election, you would see 50% less of people vote. So you're going to have a greater population voting on their issues that you wouldn't normally have when you don't have a presidential election.
There would be more people from the city of Waco who are going to be voting this time regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Who will see that on the ballot.
Oh, yeah. So but they don't want their people from the city of Waco to see it?
Well, they're
Is that what you're
concerned that
saying?
their candidates don't have enough time or money to campaign like the other candidates that are on the ballot to be able to educate the public.
The city, it would be the city, WISD, and Midway. And the president of the school board sent me a message that Midway would join in with the city and the WISD and not contract with us. I know it was initially on their agenda for tonight, but I think it got pulled. And I think the city would like to come to the court and kind of give us, I guess, their reasoning behind doing it or their request to be up to the court. Do that.
Are there any local elections that are going to be on our ballot? Kathy, are there any local elections that are contracting with us to do their election?
Yes, all the other cities and schools, and I believe there's about 27, they're going to be having an election in November possibly, and they'll be on our ballot. And we also put those issues at the top of our ballot so that the voters can see that before they get into the general election ballot. Because when we had straight party on the ticket, a lot of people would vote that straight party and not go to the bottom of the ballot to see their school or city issues. So that's why we put them at the top of the ballot. But Yes, all of the other cities and schools that will be having a November election, other than those three, will be on our ballot in November.
And what did you say that number was?
We started out with 27, and like I said, there will be some that'll drop out because they don't have contested races, so they'll be able to cancel their election. But the other cities and schools that are having an election will be having it with us and contracting with the county. And in the past, all the cities and schools that had a November election contracted with the county. Only in May, when the county's not having an election, did the cities and schools, and we've only had Conley, China Spring ISD, Conley ISD, and Golson that have decided they want to hold their own election. Everybody else, even in May, will contract with the county to conduct their election. But my main concern is the real-time voter history that I don't, we'll give them a list of the registered voters, and whether they put that into a spreadsheet or put that onto a laptop, however they use that, they won't have any way of getting that data back to a database, which we have VOTEC, to be able to send that information back out. Each night, that information will be sending up to the Secretary of State, and they can get it down, from the Secretary of State that night, but they won't have real-time voter history. It won't be instantaneous as the voter votes. Will they be able to get that information? And that is a requirement to have vote centers.
And the reason being is because in a vote center, you can go vote at any of the polling locations that are open on election day. We don't want people voting twice. We don't want them to go and Axel and try to vote. We have that real-time voter data where you check in an Axel, all the laptops across the county see that you checked in an Axel. You can't go to another vote. And so if they don't have that capability with vote centers, how are they going to know that person A voted in Axel and then is it trying to go vote again?
And it is a requirement by law. It's not just our wishes and needs.
Are you prepared to give a recommendation today, Kathy? What would be your opinion, your recommendation?
Well, I think it would be easier for the voters to have, to be able to go. I think when the legislature changed the laws that the cities and schools that were having an election in November had to come to the county polling places and the county early voting sites when the county was having an election. I think that the meaning and the reasoning behind that was for the fact that the voters would be able to go to one location and vote all issues that they were eligible to vote for at that location. So I think that was the plan behind that law. And so it's certainly, the cities, the Waco and Waco ISD and Midway all have single member districts, and those districts split our county precincts. So, it's certainly, an issue there as far as, when we set up the ballot, it's an easier process for us to set up the ballot without those individual entities on our ballot. But again, we want to do, I guess, what's best for the public. And for me, it's going to be a voter confusion if the cities have a separate election. I understand that they want to do it, and certainly they have that prerogative to do it. But I can tell you, I think it's going to, again, cause some confusion for the voters. And their conversation with me was that they really and truly believe that voters are going to come and get in line for their presidential ballot. They're going to vote that, and then they're just going to skip their city and school ballot. And I personally think if the voters make the effort to come out and vote, they're going to want to vote for everything that they can. But it will be them getting out of one line and standing in the other. And I guess my whole point with all of this is we do expect a 60% turnout. We do expect people to come out, even if we do have the COVID-19. People are going to come out and vote for president. And we've got a full ballot all the way down, not only the cities and schools, but all the way down to our county commissioners on the ballots as well. We've got some contested races. And so I think we will see the turnout both in person and by mail. We've already sent out over 5,000 ballot by mail just for this runoff, and certainly presidential will see more than that. But I think, for the advantage of the citizens and the less confusion for the citizens, it would be better if we were all on the same ballot. But like I said, as long as we don't have to compromise our polling places and change polling places and try to find new polling places so that we can accommodate those entities that want to have their own election, I think that's the other concern, commissioners. We don't want to have to start changing polling places because we need to make space for another entity that could easily just go on our ballot.
Did someone say the city of Waco was going to come and address the court on this issue? Did you say that, Judge?
Yes, it is.
I guess I'd like to hear what they'd have to say. I do take in the fact that this November election is going to catch us when it's cold. We don't know how COVID-19 is going to look as far as the health situation across our county. It's already going to be extremely complicated with the social distancing and hygiene protocols we've got to put in place that we've put on top of our elections administrator and our workers. I guess I need to hear what they have to say to rationalize why you don't want all voters who would have a legitimate reason to see your ballot if you put it on the combined election ballot. Right now, I can't fathom the justification, but it's America, and if they want to have this separate election, they can. I just don't understand why we have to be saddled with all of the trouble and the problem and the work to do it.
Any other thoughts or questions for Kathy? Okay, I think this is kind of a report, so I guess.
When does she need a response from us, Judge? When does Kathy need direction from us? Is there a deadline when we have to kind of give her a direction on this?
Do you know what the deadline for the city,
August 17th is the deadline for all cities and schools to order their election and the county as well.
Okay.
But I guess the other thing, Commissioner and Judge, is we're in the process of an election right now. June 29th, we're going to get ready to start early voting for this runoff election. And then we also have a City of Woodway election in August and, of course, the general election. So my concern is, as much lead as we can on planning and preparing, because again, if we need to move forward one way or the other, and even though we'll call the election August 17th, we're already preparing for it and already planning for it. So we just need to, the sooner the better for us, so that we have plenty of time to either move forward with everybody or separate that out, because some of the cities and schools are already calling their election, and as part of that, they go into a joint election agreement with all the cities and schools that are on the ballot as well.
But I mean, it's not our decision. If they don't want to do it with us, they do their own.
Well,
they're going to share.
They have to share our polling places.
And they have to make that agreement with whoever's there that we're getting from, right?
No, they would have to have.
They have to go into a joint agreement with the county to share our polling places.
So it would be ours.
And like I said, for your early voting site, we don't, unless you want to cut down the number of equipment that we're going to set up for the county election, we don't have room for them in that polling place. And we've talked to the city and we've talked to the school district, and there's no other place in that area. And you yourself have helped us try to find churches and other areas in Robinson.
I don't know why they couldn't use that food pantry right next door, though.
Well, that was the thought too. The food pantry uses it, and the problem, I guess, is the early voting. It's not just election day, it's the 2 weeks of early voting. They can't give it up. And the other, rooms that are out there, they don't have any heat or air, and they're filled with equipment.
Yeah, I think what it would have to, I think we're kind of set with our locations. So it would only be if we could accommodate them in the existing locations. And the two biggest challenges, there's multiple challenges, but the two biggest ones are
The early voting sites.
early voting, you know, the in Robinson
And the
over here at the records. There's because of the space. So in Robinson, we would have to eliminate at least one voting machine to be able to, for them to put one in there, even though they won't be used that much. But the other thing is that there's people that come with that, and so then you get into the issue of having our people that in the election process, the judges and all, and then having theirs, so that just increases the amount of people that are there all the time, and to keep socially distanced is a challenge in these tight spots.
And it's not just for election day, we're talking about the 2 weeks of early voting as well. Accommodating that space, and it's not just giving up one machine, it's giving up, you know, because they're gonna have to have a workstation, machines, and they're gonna have to have as much space as if we would run 2 lines. So normally we would have 2 check-ins and 10 machines on each of those, 20 machines available. So it'd be cutting down one of those lines, and taking that away so we could set up a line for City of Waco. Even though nobody comes, we still gotta have the room.
We can put them in the kitchen, unless the girls weren't able to put all their food out in there. But the kitchen's right there and you can sit through the window.
There's not enough room there. Yeah, that's the issue. There's not enough room, and I don't know what the equipment looks like that they're gonna use either, so I don't know. You know, I'm guessing if it's similar to the size that we're using, we're just trying to see, you know, at this point, you know, we'll try to work with them certainly, and they wanna do it, they can do it. But I don't wanna have to get to the point where we're changing polling places that the county normally uses and the voters confused, because every time we have an election, there gotta be a polling place. So I don't want the county to be, the election to be compromised because we're trying to make room for the city when they get going around.
And they could,
Looking at the different polling places, it's gonna be tied to much more than just process.
Right. Yeah,
Looking
there's-
at Woodway City Hall, we have the X amount of machines and they'll put them in the lobby. Well, is the city gonna allow us to put them in the lobby, or, you know, where do we go?
And everything behind the lobby and the chamber room that they let us use is locked. They're not gonna let the general public back behind their locked doors. And then you also have a problem with a location like Woodway. Where do the voters line up? Because normally they line up at the lobby. So if you're gonna have a polling place in the lobby, how are they gonna get in and out of the building?
And those voters would be affected more than like Robinson.
Because
Midway
they're Midway
ISD.
ISD voters that are gonna be lined up there in Woodway.
Yeah.
And they're gonna be calling Commissioner Perry. They're not gonna be happy.
He can have it.
Not being happy?
Yeah.
And you, Judge Felton.
I know.
You too.
Hey,
Just wanted to give you the heads up that that's what's going on so that we can start planning. And like I said, the sooner the better for us, because we are in the process of an election, so we need to move forward. So,
okay.
Can't really.
Judge, I have one more question. Do we have to provide that election for them? And I don't say that for the answer to be no. I'm wondering, maybe the Secretary of State could give us guidance. Maybe Mike Dixon could give us guidance. The November election is going to be cumbersome. And I think it's going to have a really high turnout. I think it's going to have a lot of races that a lot of people in McLennan County are going to be interested in voting in. And then to add to that, this situation, I don't know if it's warranted.
Well, I can tell you, I talked to the Secretary of State, some attorneys at the Secretary of State yesterday about this as well. And they said there were a few other cities in the state that were wanting to do this, and they were really, really trying to discourage everyone from doing this. They themselves reach out to the city, but I'm not sure. You know, they certainly would like us all to be on the same ballot.
Okay. Okay,
And I'll be happy to provide you with the additional layout so you can see the ones where we're either gonna have to have another room or another facility as well, besides just Robinson and the Breakers Brook and City, those two, because some of those may affect the rest of your areas as well.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll contact the mayor and tell him where we are. So,
You might also ask him about how he's going to have real-time voter history. They thought of that.
well, he can probably look it up on this recording. Here you are.
Here you are.
Okay, well, you did give us some documents or some paperwork that shows location or shows floor plans, I guess. So, is there a motion to accept that for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Bolton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Okay, pass. Thanks. All right, trying to pick back up on the agenda under N2, under the regular agenda.
Judge,
Under N2 is selection and designation of public members for the Salary Grievance Committee. Do we have any- No draws today. Okay, going to item N3 regarding Clinton County Group Health Plan, authorization of revisions to the employee benefits plus summary plan description. Amanda?
Thank you. These particular documents have been reviewed by Scott and White, by Scott and White's legal team, by Hub Consulting as well. And there is a minor correction to 2019. The plan that was approved in court had an error in that document that we identified as we were reviewing the 2020 information to prepare it for this year. And so there is one correction there. And then the 2020 summary plan description that's before you does incorporate the testing for COVID, not have that be at the cost of the employee for that testing. So these are ready to go. This is pretty standard protocol for us to get these approved through the court. Any questions that you might have?
Any questions? Okay, is there a motion to approve the revision to the employee benefit plan and summary plan description?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? I'll second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Bolton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you. Under N4, authorization of intergovernmental transfer of funds derived from the county health care provider participation fund mandated payments to provide the non-federal share of a supplemental payment program authorized under the Texas Health Care and Transportation Act. Call on Heather Travers.
Judge Heather had to step out, so I'm going to cover it for her if that's okay. This is an IGT under the DSRIP program, which that's the Delivery Service Reform Incentive Program. It can utilize funds from the LPPF, the Local Provider Participation Fund. And what they've asked is for an IGT up to the total balance in the LPPF account, and that is $11,186,456.64.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the IGT?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Bolton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Is Mike Dixon online?
He is, Judge. I'll make sure he unmutes.
Mike wanted to bring up something on elections.
All right, there he is, Judge.
Judge, can you hear me?
Yep.
Just wanted to make sure, Kathy, did you explain to them the St. Louis site? Is Kathy still there?
Yeah, wait just a minute.
We have a site that we had some correspondence from the Texas Civil Rights Project indicating that we had an underserved demographic and in Hispanic, we needed another Hispanic area. So what we looked around, and right now we're trying to talk to St. Louis about it, and I think it was going well, but I think we've not heard back for a little bit. But that is another polling place that will be on the list, hopefully, because we more or less agreed to create another polling place to better serve that demographic. The other thing is with the election, I don't think there's anything that requires us to create something different at one of our polling places. It's more or less a situation where if you're going to have to use one of our polling places, then you need to figure out the solution. Because I don't know if that's bringing in some mobile unit, but I did verify with Robinson just before this call, and Jana went over there and measured and did all the social distancing calculations and stuff, and so, said there's just no way. So to put another machine and people and check-in people there. So I don't know what to do about that.
So, anything else?
No, that was just it. I think that Kathy was right about what the intention was. It just wasn't specifically stated in the order that came out. But if they want to hold a separate election, that's fine. But when we have our polling places established, we're gonna, if in those rare circumstances where we can't move out another machine and move them in, it's really gonna be, they're gonna have to come up with the creative solutions.
Well, were you not on listening when we went over this earlier?
When we went over what?
Well, we discussed this and the challenges with Robinson and the records building and all that. And where we left it is the city is, we're going to inform the city of the challenges and ask them if they want to address the court.
Yeah, Judge, I was having so much trouble just hearing.
Okay. All right, sorry about that. Okay, thank you. Okay, going to, thank you, Kathy. Under N5, discussion or action on COVID-19 related expenses for McLennan County Judiciary, including but not limited to sanitization, of courtrooms and facilities. TJ and Ken, I think we're gonna talk about that, maybe Dustin.
TJ, are you there?
We're gonna have to start having these face to face.
How about that? Is that better?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so we've started putting together documentation to get this thing out, at least on the market, so we can start getting bidders interested in it. Everything looks great on our end. We're working over the documents right now. We've created the scope of work, and we're ready to put together the total package. Probably here in the next couple of weeks. When you think, Ken?
Yes, yes. Hopefully it would go out not this Thursday, but the next Thursday.
So once that goes out, we'll probably have 2 to 3 weeks worth of contractors asking questions. Of course, we've got a lot to go over with the asbestos abatement portion of the project as well, just because we don't have surveys on the old jail itself. We've got a little bit of a survey that was done on High 5, so we'll have to keep going on that. But that's it. We're looking forward to seeing what the numbers come out to.
Well, under N5 is discussion or action on COVID-19 related expenses for McLennan County Judiciary, including but not limited to sanitization, courtroom, and facilities. Did y'all have anything on that?
And Judge, yeah, TJ was talking to N6 on the facility master plan, kind of the space work group.
Right.
On N5, part of the requirements from OCA, and in case the whole court's not aware, Judge Strother, as the administrative judge, had put together a plan that had to be sent off to Judge Stubblefield to be approved, but it has sanitization of the courtrooms and facilities as one of the requirements. And in it, anytime there's a break in a courtroom proceeding or once a proceeding wraps up, we have to come in and sanitize those areas. So Ken and TJ have been working on lining some vendors up for that. So we really wanted to make the court aware that there would be an increased cost going forward as the judiciary starts back up. So with that, either Ken or TJ, if y'all want to add anything to it.
Yes, I'm sorry, guys. I thought we'd moved on to N6. So basically what we've done is we've reached out to a couple of different custodial contractors in town. They've come back with some pricing. And basically what we've done is we've asked them to put together a per month cost for one personnel. And generally it runs between about $2,200 down to about $1,350, depending on the contractor. So as things start to open back up and we get courts coming back to us with schedules, we'll know exactly how many people we're looking at. But right now, our best guess is going to be somewhere between, what do you say, Ken, between 4 and 9?
Yes, sir. That's what we discussed. Again, it depends on how full action that each court takes to get up to that 9 figure. But if we had all courts moving, we'd need people in strategic places to be able to sanitize that courtroom. We're hoping that we don't go there, but we just want to make the court aware.
Right. And just still waiting on the approval of our plan that Judge Strother's turned in. But we met with courthouse security and how they'll play a part in this, which would entail masks that we will provide, and then also we have some thermometers. I don't know that we have any that are just the laser point. All these are touch, right?
No, the 3 that we bought for your request, they're non-touch. You do have to be fairly close, but they're non-touch thermometers.
Okay. I believe Cody thinks they are touch because they have to be clean. Okay. All right. And so, but in talking to several of the judges, this is going to start out really slow. And so,
we do have sanitizer. TJ and I have worked together. We have a good amount to start with. We have gloves. We have masks.
we have hand sanitizer. The spray hand sanitizer that we have to use in the courtroom is a different consistency than say hand sanitizer, so it's two different things. But we purchased Kleenex for what was in the potential order for the different courtrooms and areas. So we've been working to put together the packages for them to start up. Okay, and you need to check with Cody because she does not agree with what you said. It says on the box, touch. Well, I need to go. Yeah, if y'all would get together and check on that. Right. All right, so under N5, we got a report on that. No action needed. And then under N6 is still working on those bids for the jail to start. Yes, sir. We're still putting them together. Yeah. So I didn't ask, I asked for advertisement, but it'll start next week. Okay, that's fine. And so we need a motion to approve, we need a motion to defer N6.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
I think she had dropped off.
okay. Judge Fulton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under item P, under McLennan County Venue Project Authorization of Phase 1, 2, and 3, including but not limited to, under P1 is regarding the architectural services agreement with Populous. Under P1A is authorization professional services invoice for May services and invoice number 0069748. This is an invoice totaling $57,200 for construction administration services for May. And so Ken, y'all have looked at that. I guess John Irwin Construction's reviewed it. Yes, we should be good. Okay. All right. Is there a motion to approve P1A?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Judge Fulton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Passed. Under Q, under McLennan County Radio Tower Project, under Q1's authorization of quote from McLennan County Licensing Search for Waco Foresight frequency retune. Dustin?
Yes, sir. In kind of working through the new radio system project, it was discovered that there would be a frequency interference with a frequency that Williamson County has the rights to. Our choices were to either enter into a letter agreement with them, which basically said if we ever interfere with that signal, we would have to turn the strength of our strength of ours down to not interfere, or there was a solution posed where we could actually change frequencies to a vacant frequency. The cost of that is $9,472. This is technically Waco, it's Waco's radio system. And so we visited with the city of Waco and they are fine with this. It's just going to take some retuning of radios. But like I said, the total for this quote is $9,472. And this also goes with agenda item E1 on the supplemental, and that's a change order to our total contract with Motorola.
All right. Any questions anyone have on that? All right. What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. Call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Judge Fulton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under supplemental agenda, let's see if we have all that. Under human resource and salary matters, under 1, Amanda?
request for the ability for the Elections Administration Office to replace an employee who has provided their retirement notification. And given the current time that we're in, with having to make some additional safety protocols and procedures in place to accommodate with the COVID restrictions and preparations for these elections, and the fact that it's a presidential election, elections is requesting the ability to be able to replace that position prior to the approved time being exhausted, but also requesting the ability to have some overlap between the new hire for that position and the person who's currently in that role. They would like to have a month of overlap if possible. It may not be possible from a recruiting standpoint if we're not able to find the right candidate for the position in this window of time. There wouldn't be as much overlap, but she is requesting a month overlap if we can make that work from a recruiting standpoint.
I guess my question is, in elections, how do we end up with 5 weeks accrued time on an elections employee?
I'm not able to speak to that.
And I know we don't review Kathy's, performance because she doesn't work for the Commissioners Court, but I would really wish you would keep us informed of those individuals as the Human Resource Manager, because, that's a pretty big expense, 200 hours, 5 weeks of time that's been accrued. And I know they have their busy seasons, but I know there's a lot of times that we don't have those busy seasons. So now we're going to have 5 weeks we're paying, plus we're going to hire another individual to fill in on top of that. So if you could, I know we're doing some of the overtime reports, but maybe we need to start doing the comp time reports as well.
I thought that was added in our quarterly activity reports. I'll double check to see whether it's still in them or not. Could be that due to other information, we maybe took that out because we needed to add something else in. But we have been reporting on that on a quarterly basis, so I'll double check it.
I think the key thing right now is we got to focus on making sure that her department runs as smoothly and as efficiently as possible with the election right around the corner. So I'm willing to do whatever we have to do. This is not anything that we want to not take seriously. So are you saying if recruiting goes well, you would like to have a week of overlap or a month of overlap?
A month. The Elections Administration request that allows for time for that individual to receive training on how to provide the necessary duties in that position, but also ensures that during that training period, they're able to sustain any operations that they would normally have to provide during this period of this busy season.
Is there anyone in-house that you would anticipate would apply that has a head start in that area or any kind of? No. We need to move forward with her request, and I don't see a way around this.
What's your pleasure, court?
I make a motion to approve her request.
There a second? I'll second. Any other discussion? Call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass.
Can I make one comment? Going back to that. That was, really creating a new position for that period of time that those will overlap because you can't have the two people in one position at the same time. So I just wanted to be clear that it would be the same salary, that the position that's training that position, same salary, same title, just creating like a duplicate for that period of time.
Well, I assume it'd be in the range, not necessarily the same salary, but in that range.
I think the issue is for the auditor's office to have appropriate accounting for the role, they need it to be a separate position. What Kathy's actually needing funding for is the period of time that there is the overlap at the same compensatory value. But I think from your side, you need that compensatory value to be indicated as the entire salary. I don't know, I can't speak to that.
Yeah, so it's just we can't have two people, per budget law, can't have two people in one position at the same time. So it would be creating a new position, which is like a budget amendment, in a way. And so, just as long as we know the max salary, and then that could be set whatever, y'all choose to, but.
I mean, from my understanding, Patty is requesting the exact same.
Perfect, okay.
as what
Just wanted to make sure
exists
we knew,
today.
okay.
So that's what you would be covering, Francis, under C1, under regarding the FY20 budget on elections
Yes, sir.
of the supplemental agenda. So is there a motion to approve that,
Motion to approve.
the budget? Is there a second? I'll second. Any, no other questions, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Thank you. Under budgets, under supplemental on the FY20 budget, it's regarding IT assessment fund for county sheriff, Lisa.
Yes, sir. This request here is to purchase a replacement tough pad for Highway 6 jail. They do not have the funds for this currently. It is a device that's used to manage their gym logs and inmate cell checks, that sort of thing. We've looked at this device and it's got a motherboard issue and it will not maintain a charge without being plugged into the wall. This device will cost $2,632.48. And we do have the surplus funds in the IT assessments fund to cover that.
Okay, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve this purchase?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under,
Thank you.
under item E, McLennan County Radio Tower Project. Yeah, we did that one. Okay.
Judge, we might check with Mercedes and make sure we approved it when we did Q1, and if not, we must need a separate vote.
We can take a separate vote. On E1?
On E1
Yes.
of the supplemental.
Yes.
Okay.
Order that went along with that agreement that we approved on Q1.
Okay. All right. But we did discuss it, right?
Yes, we did, and we approved the other, but this just needs a separate approval.
Okay. All right. This is regarding the system purchase agreement with Motorola Solutions on authorization of change order number 2. Any questions anyone have about that? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Under R, under work session, see,
We still have item D2 on the supplement.
I'm sorry. Okay, under D2 is county sheriff authorization, a hotspot option on cell phones.
Yes, sir. It just be an additional fee. It moves from $39.99 to $41.99. And it's more cost effective than buying a separate hotspot.
Okay.
It's just opening it up on their phone.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the hotspot option?
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Anything else before I go to work session? All right. Under R1, discussion regarding criminal justice issues, you can see the count there from on ankle monitoring. Are there any other items under work session that want to bring forward?
I had a question. It says your total clients in lieu of jail is 1, and there's 376 on there. Is that right?
Well, that's as of this report, there was one added. Rather than go to jail, they agreed to have an ankle monitoring. And so all the clients for all the things that they've done, including the ankle monitoring, is 376. The way I understand that.
It's late in the day, so none of it
Yeah.
makes sense right
Yeah.
now. Total double clients, 1.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that count for 2?
I think some of those other people would have been.
I think that means that they're
On more
they're
than
using,
one
they have ankle monitoring and
scram or.
shock collar or alcohol patch or scram or one of those things. Okay. All right, before we go to the budget, is there anything else anyone would have? Okay, let's take a 5-minute recess and then we'll come back and start on the budget.
Sure.
Just dog function. Good, because nobody will believe it. That's right. Okay. You ready? All right, let's call court back into session. I'd like to ask you to go to item F2 and regarding the FY '21 budget. Under F2A, discussion or action regarding matters relative to the 2021 budget and the 2019 tax rate. Okay?
So I'm going to start and go back to our item on the consent agenda, E3A, and then I'll move forward into that item on F.
Okay.
So the monthly report through the end of May, you have that included in your packet. So it's a snapshot as of May 31st. So then I just want to touch on some highlights and kind of show you where we stand right now. Can you all see that good? Okay, so just focusing on general fund right now, and these are the same numbers, you know, we look at each time we present this report to you. But that first column shows your revised budget for revenues and then expenditures. And then shows you where we're at 2020. We're at that 93.9 million in revenues and then the 64.8 in expenditures. These are through May 31st. There is a time lag, of course, but you'll see there the percentages that we've collected and spent through May 31st. Technically, that's about 67% of the year complete. So we're right on track where we normally are, and nothing out of the ordinary there. So then just to hone in a little bit on the revenues, a few things that we've been keeping eyes on and been concerned about. That first one there, of course, just the current property tax. So our budgeted levy there was the 79.3 million for general fund. Right now, I think just conservatively, I've plugged in there 79 million. So I don't know if our collection rate will be affected much this year, but we're right on track there to collect our budgeted amount. Sales tax, so April came in. April sales tax compared to April of last year was about 60,000 less. So I thought that was that's good news. You know, we were really concerned about April, and now that we see what April looked like as far as the economy, and then as far as what sales tax came in, that gives us a little bit on what to work for, what we can work from to budget for the months in the year that follow. So I think even with that drop, and then looking at a little drop for the remainder of the year, I think we're on track to collect right under what we budgeted, 18 million. Consistently from year to year, that number does increase. And this year we don't see that. We don't see collecting more than we budgeted, but I think that's good news there. And then the alcoholic beverage tax, although it's a small number, I think it's just an interesting one to look at. And then that's something we collect quarterly from the state. And of course, for one quarter, that's going to be affected tremendously. So just something we normally don't look at, but I thought that was interesting there. And then expenditures, also three areas that we keep tabs on. Indigent defense, we're right on track. We should not exceed our budgeted amount for that department this year. Jack Harwell has been one that, was new this year. And I know there was a lot of concern on if that budget was going to, we were going to be able to sustain that department for the year. Again, right on track. And then personnel, we are under budget. Like I said, through May 31st, we're at about 67% of the year complete, and we have spent 62.2% of the budget. So items there that we will be coming under budget in for the entire year. So this shows you where we were when we adopted the budget last summer. So we estimated that beginning fund balance. That 115 million was our estimated revenues. We budgeted expenditures, and we came to that ending fund balance of the 38.7 million, and that met our 33% fund balance goal. And then fast forwarding to today, we've plugged in the numbers that we can best estimate at this point. And then based on those estimates, we look to come at about 41.6 million at September 30th, 2020. So that would be 35% of our fund balance goal. And we will continue to update these numbers as the summer goes on, and look at where we're going to end up. Any questions?
So roughly about every percentage point is about slightly over $1 million. In other words, if we were to back the 35% projected back to 33, there'd probably be a couple of $1 million that would be there to move back in.
And, it depends on what, we calculate that as a percentage of the operating expenditures for that year. So it's kind of a moving target that we are continuously recalculating that 33%. But yes, you're correct. That's very close to that $1 million number. So, that estimated ending fund balance then is what we will take, and then we will start there for our budget for next year. Our next step is, of course, looking at what tax rate to adopt to fund the budget for the next year. So we passed out a page, it's the green and gold form. And we'll bring it up on the screen so you can see as well. So these are preliminary numbers. They're based on preliminary appraised values. A lot of pieces of the calculation are not known until the end of June, but we wanted to give y'all something to work from and to look forward to July on what to expect. So that first left section, that is our current year. That is our 2019 tax rate. You'll see our appraised values at that 17.7 million, and then our tax rate there, the 0.485. The box below it shows how that's broken out between M&O and INS. So then if you move over to the right, in the green, these are, we calculated 3 tax rates just for discussion purposes. That first column, that's the preliminary no new revenue rate. So comparable to our effective tax rate is what it's been called before. If you move down to the bottom, I have a calculation that says increase in total levy of that 1.4 million. So that is your no new revenue rate, but you can include revenue on new properties. So that 1.4 would be attributed to the new properties that are on the roll. Middle column is just using our current rate, the 0.485293. So using the current rate and our preliminary values, the total levy would be an increase of that 4.4 million compared to this year. And then the far right column, the voter approval rate, and that is the effective rate with the 3.5% increase. You're looking at about 6.2 million of an increase there. Again, based on preliminary values, We also don't know exactly what our debt rate is. You will have some more discussions coming up soon on the zoo bond and how you want to structure that. So I plugged in an estimate here, but again, just to get the ball rolling. So, and there's variables that will change throughout the process. Is there any questions? I kind of went through that kind of fast, I know.
Any questions?
Makes sense. It's easy to read. I appreciate that.
Of course. So we will, for general fund, permanent improvement fund, debt service as well, we will, we'll start those July 7th. So soon we'll have all those spreadsheets on the budget drive where you can look at them. If you want to view them before we get into July, if you have any questions, you can let us know. But we'll start here again with this sheet, update those numbers, of course, look at all the requests and just see how that all fits together like we usually do. Talk about what we want our goal ending fund balance to be, and then put all those pieces together. Okay, so today we had planned on getting through special revenue funds, if that's good with y'all,
Yeah.
time-wise. Okay. So Haley passed out the packet. There was one very, very small change from what was in your packet before. So we went ahead and just passed out the revised.
Let me ask you a question.
Of
On,
course.
some of these funds, or a lot of them, there's fees associated with them. Are those fee levels discretionary court, commissioner's court, or are they state level? I guess there could be a mix of all
These, I'm trying to think of an example that's not, but for the most part, these are all state mandated court costs and
Okay.
fees. We kind of revamped the description of each. And some of them will say you may collect up to $10. At some point, the court did agree to collect a certain amount, and those that there is a little bit of leeway, we're collecting the higher amount. So
Okay.
not much we can do to change the collections on these. So I guess we'll just run through them. Not a whole lot of changes from last year either. The first few pages of your packet, of course, go through each fund and give you a little bit of background about what the fund was established for and then what the funds can be used for. There is a summary on one of the first pages, and that just kind of shows you where we're at current year on each of those funds and where we expect the ending fund balance to be on those this year. So starting with, on page 2, there's Fund 10, the Records Management Fund. This is a fee that's added to civil and probate cases in the amount of $5. The expenditures can only be used for records management purposes in the county. It's a county-wide fund. Currently, and historically, we have used this to fund the operations of the archives department. But you can use that for any expense that fits in that definition. So you'll see, we budgeted $75,000 in revenues for the year. And then the expenditures are at the bottom. The one change from last year, two changes from last year. One is in the software licensing line. That includes amounts for their Infolinks and HOV software and hardware. The capital outlay request is related to shelving if the district clerk files and mobile units are moved out. That's an amount that will be needed there. And, stop me if you need me to go in any more detail, but we'll just kind of run through these. The next page, page 3, is Fund 15. This is the Courthouse Security Fund. And this is also a fee that's added on to misdemeanor and felony cases. And then money in that fund can be used for security personnel services, items that are related to facilities that house courts. We've estimated about $100,000 in revenues. And then the budget at the bottom, this is a budget that is submitted by the sheriff's office. It funds one full-time position. One of our courthouse deputies is funded there. And then there's the operating cost of the courthouse security department as well. So no changes there from the prior year. Fund 75, our Economic Development Fund. So this fund, when we get into the general fund in July, you'll set what you want that transfer to be, what you want the amount to come from the general fund. Right now, we have the 2.5 million plugged in there. That was last year's transfer. But if you change that in any way, we'll update that here. And then we just budget the entire amount of the fund balance. And there was decisions made today that will affect that fund balance that we'll update after the agenda items today that were approved.
What's the date that decision needs to be made?
Just along with the budget, so we'll adopt it just by the end of August. I know with the city, they may want to know sometimes so that y'all are in sync. And I don't know what their timeline is on.
They're a little ahead of us in the
Okay.
budgeting process. There's just a couple of projects, if they happen, could be a significant drawdown on these money. So anyhow, we'll know more.
And if it's something that we need to talk about before July gets here, let me know and we can talk about that one day. Fund 116, our Farm to Market Roads Fund. So we do not collect a tax on this anymore, but we have delinquent taxes that will continue to come in for a number of years. That's dwindling, but we do take the amount we estimate to be in there, and then we spread that by the number of road miles. That's how it's calculated.
So why did, then you recall, or Kelly, why I guess we just combined everything.
Yeah, we combined it, raised it up. It's overall, it was an overall, it stayed the same, but instead of breaking it out separately, Stan wanted us to do away with it. And
Yeah.
leave
Just
it up.
became a general fund number and
Yeah.
we just took it out of
It was spread in the two places, and it
That's
just
working
wasn't.
fine the way it is, right?
better than what it used to be. It used to be how to divvy it up, and I think this has worked much better.
I guess the only thing in the discussion is how we deal with bridges if we move them out of the precincts. That cost burden out of the precincts, do we want to line up any revenue? I don't think it's necessary, but
I would think it'd be best. I mean, we're gonna have a significant bridge deal.
yeah,
And I'm gonna have a bridge that, matter of fact, the one I've been talking about on 12th Street, it's down to one lane right now. Half of it fell off. And that's a major thoroughfare through there. We're gonna try to patch it. But one head wall's already washed out on that side. Next time it rains, the other head wall will wash out, and then it's gonna go in the creek like the other one did. And I suggest we just probably make another department, or just use it in the general road and bridge department, like we used to have the separate money from each precinct. And then everybody can submit their bridge needs, and the engineer's office can kind of tabulate and say, well, yeah, we think this was first, this was second, this was third, whatever. Or everybody get one, because everybody's got bridges that need to be
Which is
done.
what we're trying to do right now, is prioritize just within our precinct, the need and how quickly. But I agree, it's gonna have to be, it needs to be a separate fund.
well, I go back to, these bridges are in these precincts, but our citizens travel all over. the
Yeah.
county. So they could, he's got people going across your bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
it.
And just because of the sheer expense of these things, if they'll send them over to my area now that his is down to one lane. But anyway, just the general, the expense is so much higher than what we normally deal
Yeah.
with on a day-to-day basis that I think it's wise to
Put it
do what
separate.
Kelly's saying. Yeah.
And I think every single one of y'all have had that concern about the bridge cost in the upcoming years. And so like Commissioner Snell was saying, we can separate that into a separate department. I think it would be best if we had some sort of listing this year, some sort of estimate of cost, and then some sort of priority on those. I know Zane could assist in that as well. And then that way, maybe we could make a, 3-year plan and something, to see what's ahead of us. But we will need that information, of course, from y'all and from Zane to plug that in and see what it looks like.
Because the TxDOT bridge program isn't working. And I mean, I've told our state rep and our state senator about that same problem. I mean, it's way behind the times. It's not getting there.
Yeah, they get to keep the money.
When you got a bridge that's failing, they just raise the weight limit until it falls in the creek.
Okay, so next we have Fund 120. That's the Records Management Fund for the district clerk. We estimate about $20,000 in revenues for the year in that fund. The budget request does come from the district clerk. He's increased supplies a little bit there, but for the most part, not many changes there. Fund 122, this is the Records Management Fund for the county clerk. This one collects a little more revenue than some of the others. We've estimated $425,000 revenue for the year. And again, the expense request does come from the county clerk. They use this fund, a large part of it to continue the project with CoFile and the electronic transition, the electronic transition of their records. That is the Records Management Fund for the county clerk. Fund 125 is the Court Record Preservation Fund. This fund, let's see. This one it can be used to digitize court records and also used for preservation of records from natural disasters. Again, kind of consistently and historically, the district clerk has used this for operating expenses in their office, but it is something that could be used for anything that fits in that definition. We use this fund in connection with another fund to fund one of the district clerk's full-time employees. So you'll see part of a position funded there. And then no changes to any other expense line items for the year. Fund 130, this is a Justice Court Building Security Fund. Excuse me, so this fund can be used for security expenses that are related to a building that houses a justice court. And that's not the county courthouse. So estimated revenues of about $6,200 for the year. This budget has a lot of placeholders, and then what's happening is the departments are coming to you all during the year and doing budget amendments. So you're approving them. There are a few costs that are budgeted there, and those are related to monthly security fees for some of the buildings. They have alarm monitoring. Fund 140, the Justice Court Assistance and Technology Fund. So this fund changed a little bit with legislation this year. The name is different. It used to just be Justice Court Technology Fund. They've expanded the use of the funds to not just technology enhancements for JPs, but also for JP court personnel and professional development. And I believe it's worded as technological enhancements that we use this fund to pay the EDOC annual maintenance fees. So that's what's budgeted there. So looks the same as last year. Fund 142 is our County and District Court Technology Fund. This is also for technological enhancements, and it can be used for county courts at law, any statutory courts, and then also district courts. And it can also be used for professional development related to technology. And this one, we have that $7,000 that budgeted there, same as last year, and that's also for EDOC annual maintenance fees for the court. Fund 144, the District Court Records Technology Fund. This one is one that the district clerk submits the budget request for that. This is the other piece of that full-time employee from his office that is funded by special revenue funds. So you'll see that there, and no changes from the prior year. Fund 145, this is the Truancy Court Fund. So this is just used to offset the cost of the truancy court. I believe that we have never used any of this, of the funds that sit here. But of course, you know, that we could definitely utilize it if a request comes in and we could tie it to the truancy court activity. Fund 150, our court reporter service fund. So we use this fund to account for the court reporter service fees, and then the funds used to maintain the operating cost of the court reporters. And so you'll see there, we do budget a court reporter expense for each court that collects this fee. And this usually every year picks up the overflow from the cost in the general fund. So we'll exhaust these amounts for substitute court reporters and transcriptions, and then we'll move over into the general fund. So
How many court reporters do we have?
so
6.
5, 6. One of them has, do 2 of them have 2? 6. I think 6 is correct.
And they're assigned to specific courts.
They are, yes.
So,
It's 8.
so when these specialty courts have a need for a court reporter, how does that work? In other words, veterans court or mental health court, or if we have to have a court reporter for a mental health hearing.
So, you know, you can always hire substitute court reporters, or, you know, I know some court reporters that are assigned to a district court have helped out at other courts when they're able to. But of course, you know, like the district courts have, a position could always be added. Someone that is an employee of the county, you know, to take care of that responsibility. But I think right now, the way it's working is hiring substitutes to come in or utilizing the others when they have time. And there, you asked how many, I was trying to, there is 7. So 19th and 54th both have 2 court reporters. And the county court at law, I'm not thinking today. 7, 8, 9 altogether.
Okay.
So each county court at law has one as well.
And they get paid to be on duty, not necessarily based on how many times they sit in a court, right?
That's correct. So they are actually one of the only people, and it's very specifically stated, and the IRS agrees, they can actually receive a paycheck and they can receive a 1099. So they get their salary, and then if they have to put together the transcriptions after hours, they can bill for their hours after hours. So some of the capital murder trials can get very, very costly if there's a lot of transcription work to be done after hours.
So right now, when we're not having any courts, are they getting paid? I guess they're getting paid their basic salary.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, they're just a regular employee that just. But I think there's a lot of, there's certain trials that are automatic appeals that they have to transcribe, and I know they stay pretty busy.
Transcription, like you said, happens outside of their normal working hours. They bill per hour for those. Like I said, they're just a rare instance where they can get a 1099 and a W-2 from the same entity.
Does it make you thinking about another career?
Yeah. I was thinking about it for Commissioner Snell. Keep him off the streets.
Don't want to be in the office, that's for sure.
But that court reporter service fund, the money can be used for courts that court reporter service fee is attached to. So like the specialty courts, I don't know if that would fall in that definition, but we could look into it. Sorry. Okay, so next we have Fund 155, the Dispute Resolution Fund. And this is, we account for a fee that's added to each civil case. And we currently use this fund to pay our contract, the dispute resolution contract that we have each year. Okay, Fund 160 and Fund 162, I just want to talk about those a little bit together. They're the Family Protection Fund and the Child Abuse Prevention Fund. Together, there's not a whole lot of revenue, less than $7,000 in revenue that goes into those two funds. But currently we are using pretty much the entire fund balance each year to pay our, the contract we have with the Child Advocacy Center. So we pay them, we have a contract, we pay them $10,000 each year, and that $10,000 eats into both of those funds. Fund 163, this is the CPS fund. This, again, like the Economic Development Fund, relies on a transfer from general fund. So we can talk about that transfer at that time. The last couple of years, you've transferred $40,000 into there. And then the CPS board can use that money for clothing, school supplies, Christmas gifts, things like that for the kids that are in CPS custody. Fund 165 is the Drug and Alcohol Program Fund. So this fund houses the program revenue from the program participants, as well as court cost as well. And then we use that fund to take care of the operating cost of our drug and alcohol court, which is run by Judge Vick. Fund 167, this is the Juvenile Delinquency Prevention Fund. We don't have any revenue budgeted this year. A very small amount goes in there each year. Not much of a fund balance, but that money can be used to, it can be used, it's kind of a strange definition, it can be used to repair damage caused by graffiti or to provide education to youth about that offense. But it can also, it just says to provide funding to the local juvenile probation department. So that's something, I know it's not a lot of money, but it could be used to fund something over.
How much is in that? That's
$1,220.
okay.
Fund 170 is the Law Library Fund. So it's a fee that's assessed against every civil case in the county. And then the expenditures have to be related directly to the law library or to legal reference materials for each court. We use this fund a lot through the year. We also, and then there's also a portion of a salary in the county judge's office that's charged here. And that part of that person's salary is attributable to the law library. We also have some requests from I'm trying to think what, it's from Josh
Borderood,
yes.
yep.
And they would like some computers added and a copier added that we could plug into this budget if y'all decide to. I don't have amounts on those yet from them, but we'll get that in front of y'all, and if y'all
Okay.
approve that, we'll add them in.
All right, and I guess Dustin will make contact with Josh and get those specific needs met and get them to the court.
Yes, sir, Judge, I will. And I can tell just quickly, it's 3 larger monitors. I think it's 3 24-inch monitors, kind of the standard issue that the county has. We're looking at not upgrading the desktops just because, again, we kind of have the standard county desktop is what's being used in there. And just for legal research, there really isn't a great need, but they have requested a new copier that would have the ability to scan directly to an email address and then also accept debit or credit card for payment for the paper use copier. So we actually just got a quote back from CTWP on that copier. So we'll get all that compiled and over to Francis.
Okay.
And did everything else get modified and changed and they're happy now?
Yeah.
Yes, they had a grand opening back in, I guess, January or February, and the bar is very pleased. I know with the COVID stuff, I don't know how much use it's gotten, but the materials were tailored to what they had requested. So they were very happy with the outcome.
All right, so just a few more. Fund 175 is the district clerk errors and emissions fund. Estimated $2,600 of revenue there. And then we haven't used that fund in quite a long time. But it is there as a contingency fund in case of errors and omissions by the district clerk's office. Fund 265 is the district attorney and pretrial intervention program fund. So this covers the operating cost of the PTIP program, and it also covers it covers one full position of the DA's office and then 80% of another position. Again, that help operate the PTIP program. And again, not many changes there, just the cost to run that program. And then Fund 267 is the Court Initiated Guardianship Fund. And then that one is used to, or to supplement other county funds used to pay the compensation of guardian ad litems, attorney ad litems, or local guardianship programs for indigent or incapacitated persons. So, I know I've gone through these kind of quick and not a whole lot of detail, but if you have any questions, again, the fees and the court costs that go into these are set by state, and you have to spend them for that specific purpose. But I wanted to remind you that pretty much every single one of these in the statute, it says this is under the control of the Commissioner's Court. So it's the Justice Technology Fund, but ultimately you have the authority to set that budget and approve and disapprove those expenditures.
Okay, Dustin, do you have something to add?
Yes, sir. Just two things real quick. Going back when Francis was talking about the court reporters, we have a growing need in the mental health office that reports to our office as these mental health hearings continue to increase. If the parties do not, or if I guess the attorney or the ad litem does not sign a waiver for the hearings, those hearings require a court reporter as well. And previously there was a statute that had been interpreted to pay the court reporters, but we think from working with Francis that it's likely had been interpreted incorrectly, or it's changed throughout the years, and we don't think it applies anymore. But we were having a hard time getting court reporters lined up. So that may be something we need to think about. But Judge, I think you and I can visit with Judge Vic and some of the others and try to get a plan. But it may be something that needs to be addressed in the budget. And then the second thing was just on the CPS budget. I'm on that board along with Bill Helton and Andy and John Gimble and a few others. And the board has become much more active in the past couple of years, and we're thankful that the court has increased the budget and then also set it up where it is a fund where it rolls forward. But the last board meeting we had, I think the board wanted to come make a presentation to the court because, like I said, we have been more active, and I know we were approaching spending all the county budget earlier this year, and then with COVID, things slowed down, but we actually had to drop one or two of our clothing projects just due to a limitation of funds. So.
Okay. All right.
So we can make, changes to these along the way. We have these on the budget workshop drive. So y'all should all still have access to that. If not, I know IT can help with that. But these are out there. We'll get general fund information out there soon. We'll let you know when it's there. And then July 7th, I know we have a regular agenda that day, but we'll get started that day and get into general fund, permanent improvement fund, debt service fund.
I should have written it down. What were the dates again for the votes on the proposed?
So, sorry, one sec. So we our plan is to file the proposed on Tuesday, July 28th. So when we start the July the 7th, that gives us 3 weeks to get through that, which is similar to what we always have, what timeline we always have. But Tuesday, July 28th, we'll file the proposed, and then that starts the timeline for the hearings, the grievance hearings if necessary, those things. And then we're scheduled to adopt on Tuesday, August the 25th. And the public hearing on the tax rate is Tuesday, August 18th. And the public hearing on the budget is Tuesday, August 25th.
Is that on, that's all on that sheet that you gave us,
Yes,
that's
sir.
dates,
Yes.
okay?
Yes, and we only have to have one public hearing on the tax rate this year. That was one of the changes with Senate Bill 2.
Right, okay. Okay. What else?
That's it. No.
I think we need to go back to E60 to accept the report with the county auditor.
Which
We need
one?
to accept that under E60, I need a motion to accept the report.
E6E? D like in dog. All right, under D6E. What?
E6E.
E?
6E.
Like an eel? All right, what she said.
Make a motion to approve.
All right,
Second the motion.
have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Snell,
Aye.
Judge Bolton,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Thank you. Is there anything else that anyone from the court would need, would like for Francis or HR or us, not in my office, to look at before going in? I do have something I want to look at, but let me know if there is. One thing I want to look at is our trend on FTEs over the last, let's just say 5 years. And of course, we'll take into consideration the increase we had to do for when we took over the LaSalle contract. That was a big bump, but it was offset by the contract. I think just so we have an understanding on, we have a growing workforce that matches up fairly close to the growing economy we've got in population in Clinton County, but we want to be sure that we're within reason on that. And, at least at this point, adding FTEs it's really going to have strong justification this year. And so just want to keep that in mind. Or any other expenses. Of course, in our budget, our personnel is our biggest driving factor, which is so that's always the first thing it's looked at. And so anyhow, anything else, any other thoughts or anything before we
I
Mm-hmm.
get?
just think we need to be very cautious on our budget this year because all the businesses in McClellan County and the people have had a hard time. And my personal is, if it's not mandated that we do it, I think we need to look at it real hard this year. And as far as this deal with outliers and adding new personnel, I don't think we need to look at that at all.
It's gonna be I don't know if y'all follow, but the state's already, the governor's asked for 5% reductions in all departments.
In the State Department?
Mhm. So they're kind of setting a trend, and I do agree we need to really work on our budget this year and do everything we can to not increase it more than if at all.
Okay. Anything else to come before the court? If not, we stand adjourned.